That was an uncomfortable It's a very uncomfortable moment, and we can be relieved now, but it was a very uncomfortable moment. So we want to thank everybody who had a part in ensuring that we are kept safe, and we have talked about that protocol. So only yesterday, actually, Maxine will catch you up with that. And yeah, I think should something similar occur, as soon as that looks like it's going to occur, we'll just adjourn and we'll use that, and then we go through that door and we let it simmer down that way, I think is the best approach. But thank you everyone for going through that. And now I've got no idea what I was talking about. Confirmation of the open minutes. I was asking if there was any matters arising. It's been moved and it's been seconded. No questions? All in favour say aye. Aye. Confirmation of the open briefing minutes on the 14th of February. You moved, Ewan and Maxine. Any questions about that lot? No, all in favour say aye. Chair's report, there'll be no questions on this one. I'll move. All right, and I'll second. Any questions or comments in respect to that? Okay, hang on. Right, hang on, sorry. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Southgate, thank you. I'm just noting that I have the additional motion as well.
Can we see that
under this? Oh, what's going on? And I'm happy to explain. So, Council, this is just, I've spoken to Councillors Pike and Councillor Casey Cox on this. This is just a tweak of just 6.1, which is the complaints process of Code of Conduct. I'm aware that there have been a lot of complaints and it is part of the process because we changed it from when we amended it from 2022 and 99.9% of them are vexatious. So I think it's costing us money as well, and I think that that's just a small part of the Code of Conduct process that needs another look at. So this is not a working group or anything like that. It's just two elected members, I think, with very fresh eyes can have a look at it with the governance staff and then report back to a briefing, because I just don't think the process is working as well as it should be.
Happy to second.
Can I ask you questions? Because since we last spoke, just to, because I think this is pertinent, so sorry jumping in, but since we last spoke and we wrote the letter to National Council and we spoke to the letter at National Council, they already have a body of work underway and interested, of course, taking feedbacks from Council. So we've offered our Council up as a contributor, and actually I offered you, Angela.
Oh, thank you.
So if this recommendation, can it not be amended to acknowledge that?
Yeah, definitely.
Because I think you should be on it, and I think that it will work alongside LGNZ in their work, because they're trying, just so you half a step back, they're trying to provide a consistent approach and an independent approach that takes it out of the organisation, has a set fee, you know, so you've got a set fee for that, independent assessor, etc., and it just keeps it all the same up and down the country.
Yes, absolutely happy to include that, and I just saw the opening for this because you did reference that process going on in your Chair's report. So
can we think a little bit about words while we take any more questions?
Yes, it'd be a noting, wouldn't it, Amy, if Councillor Hutt's okay with that, noting the work of LGNZ and...
Noting that any work gets fed is in tandem with the LGNZ review process through Angela, because it has to be through you, because you go down there.
Yeah.
Sorry, ladies. You can help with the process, but Angela will have to be the conduit. Notes that this work will be in conjunction or in tandem, if you like, with the work being undertaken by LGNZ.
Sorry to interrupt you, Paula.
With Angela as a representative.
You talked about the process for LGNZ, and my apologies, Councillor McIndoe. You talked about that process, but is there also a level of threshold that would need to be met? Because, I mean, it sounds like that's what Angela's trying to.
Yeah, all of
Going
that's on
here.
the table, and they've actually already commenced the work. So now they're looking for for members of the local government family to feed in. So I'm suggesting that you guys have some work here, and then you feed in. I don't want us to spend a lot of resource parallel when we could be feeding into the national. It seemed a waste of time. Well, a waste of our resource.
I don't want to be disruptive, but this isn't particularly the best way to be managing this issue.
It's a motion from the floor. So
Oh, so sorry, okay, so you're suggesting an amendment, is that what you're moving?
I'm asking if they would consider it being incorporated. And the only thing would be through Angela and Deputy Mayor on the NFC. You can have a view on it shortly. Sorry, let me take some questions. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. This is just a very minor matter of clarification, but with reference to page 16 in the recommendation C2, I'm very grateful, obviously, for that recommendation, but could I just clarify there hasn't been an organisation called Neighbourhood Watch for approximately 20 years, so for accuracy both there and there are consequential changes that will come up on pages 18 and 19, could the wording be amended to Neighbourhood Support Hamilton?
Yeah. Apologies.
That's the appropriate name for the organisation. And as I say,
Yeah,
that
thank
relates to page 16, but also paragraph 3, clause Roman numeral 5 on page 18, and again C2 on page 19.
Well spotted, thank you.
Thank you.
And will, yes, be changed.
Thank you.
Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Mine's just a question for clarification around the new, newly created role for Deputy Mayor Angela, and I kind of wanted to talk to Angela privately, but is Creative Ambassador the right description to use? Because you go on to reference to help a thriving cultural scene. I would have thought like cultural ambassador might have been a bit more
Yeah, no, it
appropriate.
should be thriving creative scene.
Okay.
Sorry. It's not designed to pick up the work of Kesh through, ethnic communities and cultural events. It's more to do with arts and creativity, performance and physical arts. Yeah. So we'll just change that. No, not in there. In the description. Creative ambassador. That's fine. Yep, that's what we thought. Yep.
It's a commentary in the chair's report that you're referring to, right?
Yeah. in
Not the
chair's
actual
report.
title.
Oh, yeah,
in
not the-
report.
no.
So we note that. We'll note it, Mark. And on that matter, we never formally, we did it, and you are the sports ambassador, but I don't think we made a formal note. So I just note that this is complementary, and happy to put it in the notes. Note this is complementary to your role as sports ambassador.
Thank you.
Would you be happy with that to be added?
Yep.
Okay. He's already appointed, but I think you just put anyway, it doesn't really matter if it's double appointment, appointed twice, there you go. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. A couple of questions. First to Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor Angela, my understanding of your initial motion was to try to make a small amendment to our existing policy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Paula, in regards to the work of Local Government New Zealand, is it true that they are doing an overall review of Code of Conducts?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware of the time frame of which they intend to implement such a policy development, and then could you explain how that would be implemented through other councils?
I can only answer that in part, sorry, Councillor Wilson. What I can say is that they've assigned a consultant to have a look at the Code of Conducts up and down the country, and to collect all the views of councils onto what's working and what's not working. That National Council has given them that directive, and I think there would be some law changes to really help as well in the mix. Outside of that, I don't know, but the work has started, and I think will take about 6 months in total, and then I guess we'll be able to find out what the process. I would be bringing our work back to us anyway through the.
So I guess my second question to you, Mayor Paula, are you not conflating the two issues? Is there not the fact that we already have a code of conduct that isn't quite right, needs a bit of fine and nuancing, and surely the work with Councillor Anna and Councillor Pike would identify that, and that would amend our current policy? And is that not separate, Mayor Paula, from any subsequent local government New Zealand strategy? Because that will take some time, as you've said, at least 6 months, and potentially then each council would decide whether or not it wants to abide by it. Should we not actually separate out? Because
Okay,
the two,
we get your
do
point.
you see my point?
Yeah.
Because you've attached one to the other.
My view
They
is.
need to be
You're
decoupled.
debating now.
No,
Councillor
well,
Wilson.
they need to be.
Councillor Wilson, you're going very close
So,
to debate.
Mayor Paula, respectfully, that's a little unfair. You've created a situation which isn't particularly good process, and I'm now on the hoof because I had been advised by the Deputy Mayor of her plan and it made sense, and somehow you've managed to then marry the two, where in fact, anyway.
Cool, thank you.
Let me say this, I will now move an amendment that I will now decouple the two issues, that the Deputy Mayor's initial motion to make some finer tweaks to our existing policy is agreed, and I'm also supportive of liaison with local government New Zealand in the development of their long-term solution, but they are two separate things. Because otherwise we're still spending all this money in this frivolous process we've got in place currently. Unless you can come up with another option.
No, I've listened to your comments, thank you, because you'll be able to say those again in debate. Yeah,
My intent is that if the two councillors working with staff say, actually, we do need a tweak, that would simply come back to council and we would tweak it. I know what you're saying and I agree with you, but I don't think that C puts any barriers to that. And I think it's just, perhaps that, say, if I'm representing council with LG&Z and they're doing some body of work, I would say, well, actually, our council, through a slight review, tweaked that part, and these are the reasons why, and we're still moving forward. Does that make sense? I don't see the word conjunction as a barrier, Councillor Wilson, because I do agree with you, and that's not the outcome of the motion that I'm seeking. Maybe we can just massage that word.
we
Chair,
can take
I'm
them in parts anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah, happy to.
how can we attach work with local government New Zealand that's going to take 6 odd months to develop with
Yeah,
this little bit of fine tuning?
How about we change C to notes that this work will inform the
That's
project
much
undertaken
better.
by, yeah, let's
Like
do
it.
that. Yeah,
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 yeah.
Okay.
And I had said in conjunction with and various.
inform, yeah.
I guess I'll speak to my point in debate rather than in the questions, but, so that is, any other questions on the rest of the report in any way? Oh, just lost my page. No? Okay, we will go into, I will move my report. Could can we just look at the remuneration that you've got all circulated, I think? Obviously, with a new position, we benefited a little bit financially when Ryan was gone. That now gets removed because we've got new positions in place. So there it is. All right. Okay. We will, Councillor Wilson, you got a question on that?
No.
Oh.
Signalling debate.
Okay, we'll go into debate. I will let the mover speak. Well, I'm the mover of the overall, and therefore I capture it up. So I'll move everything, including Angela's. And your second? Your second? Okay. All right, so we're going to debate. As the mover, I'll just speak very briefly to this, and I just want to say thank you to the staff who did a lot of work on on this report and making the new arrangements now that we have a full team again. It's really exciting to be in a position of having a full team of councillors, so welcome again to Tim McIndoe. And there is some important work to do, so it was a good chance to make some adjustments, and that's what we've done here. In terms of I'm not going to speak too much about it, to be honest. The creative ambassador, the sports ambassador, will do a great job of leaning into two sectors of the community that need a lot of work and support. Also, in terms of the code of conduct, can I just note that I'm going to support the full motion as it was, but my intention is quite clear. This council asked me to write to the Minister and to the LGNZ to point out some anomalies in the codes of conduct that we experience and are experienced by other councils across the country. In fact, code of conduct complaints, even if they're not upheld, can often cost this council quite a lot of money and time and staff. So I'm a great fan of a consistent process that is arm's length from the individual councils, like an ombudsman type of scenario, right? Where we understand what the common standards of behaviour and performance are, and someone external to our own membership. It has never been comfortable for me to be judge or jury over behaviour of councillors, and I don't think that's the most productive way forward. So I hope that with the work of these team that Angela's put together, I hope we'll get some insights, and I encourage the team to work really, really closely with LGNZ at this time as they're forming their views. Thank you, everyone. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
So, do you want to go second as a dep?
Wounded? No. Look, thank you, Mayor Paula, for your report. I will welcome Councillor Tim McIndoe as the new Deputy Chair of Infrastructure and Transport Committee, formally at the next Infrastructure and Transport Committee. And I will also thank, with deepest appreciation, the outgoing Deputy Chair and Chair of Finance, Councillor Van Osten, at that time as well. Thank you, Council, for hopefully supporting the motion in full. We are a really busy organisation, and we are always looking at processes to improve, and that the Code of Conduct complaints process is just not working as well as it should be, and it is costing money with the process that we've got at the moment. So that's a really good thing. Creative Ambassador, look, that's not something I chased. I think it's a great response that the Mayor has had to the community, and actually it's the yang to Councillor Donovan's role, which is a yin role of sports, and I think we probably are the only council in New Zealand that have the oh no, I won't say it that way. I'll start because there's the light and the dark and the soft and the hard, and yin and yang. So look, I hope that I will do right by it. I have had a really long, throughout my political career, been always supportive of the arts. So yeah, it's with deep appreciation that I take on this new role and work with the creative arts sector to advocate for them, to support them, and to be a strong voice, just as Councillor Donovan has with his role as Sports Ambassador. So thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. First of all, I'd like to welcome my good friend, Councillor Tim McIndoe, into the role of Deputy Chair of Infrastructure and Transport. I believe your years in Wellington will pay dividends, and I'm delighted that you've taken up that role. I'm particularly also delighted to acknowledge my good friend, Councillor Jeff, in taking up his role in strategic growth and District Planning Committee. Jeff brings, of course, 6 years of hard-earned experience in local government, and I'm excited by that opportunity. And again, I thank the Deputy Mayor for working hard with Jeff and others to make that occur. So thank you. I have no difficulty in supporting the Deputy Mayor's strategy to make some minor amendments to the code of conduct that is currently just not working. It has been farcical in its development, and it's costing us money, and we need it to be amended. And I have full confidence, I say it again, I have full confidence in Councillor Anna and Councillor Pike being able to find those nuances and make a change now. We don't need to wait 6 months, we don't need to wait 12 years, we just, let's make those nuanced changes now. And if that information is then fed on to local government, and Local Government New Zealand does its thing and come up with a strategy, then that's fine. And when that policy is available, then it can be circulated to all local government, and local governments can then decide in their own unique way whether or not they sign up to that strategy. But meanwhile, one doesn't fix a problem by not focusing on the problem, by waiting for some other third party to come up with a broader strategy. But now that we have decoupled the process, I'm comfortable with it.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I just wanted to also acknowledge in your report, Mayor Paula, the roles you've given to Councillor Tauriki. And I guess when I read that, I felt really hopeful, because we've got some work to do to build relationships between councils, especially around the waters. And I think Councillor Tauriki has a really good ability to build relationships and actually promote the value of unity amongst our councils, and in particular Waipa and Waikato. So I was just really pleased to see that appointment and recognition of his work in council. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I just briefly wanted to say welcome to Councillor Jeff to the team. Look forward to working with you, and I'm sure that diverse views will come to, it will be valuable to actually have different thinking when we're discussing strategic growth matters, and I'm sure there'll also be lots of things that we will agree on as well. So, yeah, but I really will value your contribution, so welcome to the team, and also congratulations to Councillor Tim, and fully endorse Councillor Tauriki in those roles there as well. We've got some very important discussions around waters and also boundaries, and he's paid close attention to the work around future-proof and various things, so as well versed and ready to go, I think, with those discussions. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Southgate. Thank you, Councillor Thompson, and I look forward to working constructively alongside you and other councillors.
Councillor Kish.
Thank you. Just quickly, thank you to Deputy Mayor for taking on the Creative Ambassador role. Look forward to your contribution within the community portfolio. Deputy Anna and I try to get to as many sectors and things as possible, but it's a huge portfolio, as I'm sure you'd appreciate. So working with Councillor Donovan in the sports sector, Councillor Louise with the disability sector, Councillor Pike with the civil defence area. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to your contribution. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Mayor Paula, sometimes if you are pushing hard for what you believe in, you tread on toes. So I'm a little bit disappointed about the proposed change to the Code of Conduct because Councillor Jeff and I have a competition to see who can rack up the most Code of Conduct complaints. And Jeff's slightly ahead at the moment, and I was looking for more opportunities to catch up.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this is a good adjustment of structures, and I think it takes into account the experience that our council members hold. And I know both our new Councillor Tim and Councillor Jeff will be a good asset to the community with all the knowledge they bring with them. So I thank the staff and Mayor for the work they've done in this review, and also look forward to taking a deeper dive into the Code of Conduct and ensuring our council process are efficient and effective, and thank the Deputy Mayor for raising this. I also know her experience and advocacy in the creative sector will be a fantastic asset and hopefully bring some good change in balance to Councillor Donovan's sports contribution, as well as Councillor Tauriki's advocacy and experience in his field as well. So I'll support the motion and thank the Mayor again for her work.
Thank you. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could I just thank you personally for the responsibilities that you have offered to me. I'm very grateful for that and look forward to immersing myself in all of those challenges. Can I thank all my council colleagues for the kind comments that you have made, and congratulate my colleagues who have also been appointed to new responsibilities today. Could I acknowledge with thanks Councillor Maxine for the gracious way in which she has made this primary appointment possible for me. So it's just an expression of thanks, but could I also just extend it to say my very sincere thanks to the staff, because not only have I felt very welcomed around this table with my council colleagues, I have felt very well supported in these early days by the excellent assistance that staff have offered, and we don't often get a chance to express that, but I really am very grateful.
Thank you. Just a small writer reply. I just want to also say welcome to your new roles. I also agree that, I can't remember who said it, that divergent thinking or bringing a range of views to the table early on in decision making is absolutely critical, and it helps us make really good decisions. So I welcome your inputs into transport, and Jeff, I know you've been passionate about our growing city for a long time, so I have no doubt that you will bring value to that discussion about how we grow a city that can thrive. In terms of the Code of Conduct, I think we should not be cavalier about this because it has an impact on the way council works. It also has an impact on the way people feel or are affected by others' behaviours. So, in my view, it is overdue for a strong national look at it. I do support Angela's tweaks in the meantime. Because I know how much hard work it was, and I speak in praise of Mish last year, it was only a year ago, who went through it with a fine-tooth comb and looked for opportunities that were A, legal, and B, practical, and all of that. So thank you for your work, Mish. It looks like we can go back to it now and review some of the things that could be even further tuned. The codes of conduct up and down the country vary wildly. But what we have found out from experience in local government is that penalties are weak and ineffective at driving up high standards of behavioural professionality. And we must have high standards of professionality and behaviour, because that's what our reputation sits on. So so rather, and I'm going to be a bit pointy, Councillor Bitter, rather than encourage people to get as many as possible just to show that they're divergent thinkers, I would think we should limit the cost, limit the number of those, and work as a team better to get the results that we want. Thank you, by the way, for Creative Ambassador. We're busy. Mark, you've been doing a great job on your job since I gave it to you. I've heard lots of good feedback from sporting organisations, and I know you've got a big line-up to go to some of the lesser supported sports over the next few months, so thank you for that. All right, we'll go to the vote. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone. That leads us on to the draft financial policies. Super exciting piece of work, but so important. Hi, Tracy.
Right, good morning everyone, and yes, thank you Mayor Paula, super exciting stuff today. As you did say, they are really important policies. These policies sit behind a lot of the information that help with some of the other pieces of information you're getting later on today as well. So what I just thought I would do is briefly take you through each of the policies that we have in front of you in this paper today, just a small summary to explain how they all sort of tie in together and the reason why we have to bring them to you particularly today. So the first couple is the funding needs analysis and the revenue, revenue and financing policy. So they are two related documents. The funding needs analysis I'll start with first. So basically what that does is we have to go into each different activity that council does and determine the benefits that come from each of those activities, to determine things like fees and charges, what gets paid by rates and what gets paid by DCs or other such things. So again, this is all very legislative for us, and the key things are around the benefits. Now, this is really critical for you to understand, especially when I get into my next paper, which is fees and charges. So the key thing to remember with this is what we're trying to do is it's that private versus public benefit and determining where that sits. So again, user pays versus the rates. So the policy itself obviously takes all of that detail and then just sort of, I guess, summarises it to make it a little bit easier as a policy to understand. It also includes, obviously, funding sources for our capital projects as well. Okay, the next policy that we're taking through, and that also goes for consultation today, is our rates, remission and postponement policy. I'd just like to remind elected members that I know there are a few topics that are related to this policy that we've talked about over the last few months. So we are having that rates working party that will kick off and that work will come into the next annual plan. So the main change with this, you'll remember, is we increased that savings threshold up to the $30,000, and that was pretty much it for the rates and remission policy. We also had some changes in that rating policy around the bid and CBD commercial targeted rates. So again, just recognising those pieces of work, and of course the pool safety targeted rate. So again, just a reminder, this isn't any extra cost to those with a pool. All we're trying to do with this targeted rate is spread that cost. They would have been charged it through fees and charges. We're just taking it out of that and putting it in and spreading it over 3 years rather than the one hit through the fees and charges. And the last policy is our investment and liability policy. So again, this is our council policy. We have an actual treasury management policy that sits underneath this. The main change that we've done in this particular one is around our counterparty credit limits, increasing those from 75 to 100 and 30 to 50. What this allows us to do is, as you know, we've obviously got more cash and more debt. It makes it a little bit tough if we don't have this to pick who we want to do our term deposits with. So this just gives us a little bit of flexibility to allow us to do that. So that was my very quick summary. So with that, I can take any questions.
Are there any discussions on any of those at all? Yes. Thank you, Councillor.
Tracy, firstly, congratulations to you and your team, because clearly this is a huge body of work. I hesitate to ask this, but I have noticed a few minor typos in some of the draft documents. So is this further to subject to further proofreading, or are we?
If you've got them, I'm happy to take them offline and send them through.
I'm sorry, I know
absolutely.
it's a minor point,
I
but I just
appreciate
thought,
that.
given it's going out to the public, I just thought I'd
Thank you. I
ask
appreciate
that
it.
question.
Yep.
So, but I don't want to take away from the very good work that's been done.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Tim. And usually, one good way to do that is to unless it sort of changes the meaning of a sentence, is to come to Amy and she picks up all the notations that are in. It actually, no. I see it as a compliment to you because you read closely. Well done. Well done. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor. Tracy, I have several questions. They are getting stuck into some detail. I think most are simple to answer, but a little bit awkward to put the words around to ask the question. The first one is a bit of a combination of attachment 1 and attachment 2, where we talk about OPEX and CAPEX, and I'll ask the combined question and then let you answer that. So paragraph 9 on page 42 of attachment 2, which is about OPEX, it does mention DCs. So are we including part of DCs in OPEX? Because I was under the impression that DCs was CAPEX. And related to where we put incoming money like DCs, so grants and subsidies, and this comes in under attachment 1, sorry, where we're getting irregular and unpredictable grants, subsidies or DCs income, is it reasonable to borrow 2.8 times the subsidies or grants when they don't earn a return if they're into roads and pipes and things, when we can't rely on future income if it's a one-off grant? So that's the core of the question.
Great questions. Okay, so the DC OPEX versus CAPEX. So most obviously DCs are growth, to pay for growth, and most of that growth, or all of that growth, comes from our capital program.
Yeah.
We do bring a portion of that through into our balancing the books calculation to pay for the interest costs of obviously the timing of that.
Yeah.
So that's the only bit that comes in we include as part of the OPEX side of things. With regards to your grants and subsidies, again, same thing. So we have two separate types. So the capital subsidies or the subsidies relating to operating and maintenance. So NZTA, for example, does both. So we bring the ones that related to footpaths and your maintenance side of things, we bring that through in the OPEX. But those that are relating to specific capital projects goes through as part of the capital revenue. And as you know, that's not included in balancing the books, and they're kept quite separate. So it depends on the type of grant and the type of subsidies that we're getting. So if it is one that we're getting all of the time, or we're paying out all of the time, then we'll include it in balancing the books. If it's one-off, then no, because as you quite rightly said, that's not considered part of our everyday revenue and our everyday costs. So there are certain things that I'll go through and specifically exclude when we're each annual plan and each LTP as part of the calculation. We'll exclude it if we think we need to. A great example of that is the grant for the regional theatre. That is essentially an operating cost, but because it's a one-off and it's not part of our normal day business, we excluded that out of our calculation.
That's an excellent answer. Thank you for that. A few more questions. So just going through an order here on attachment 3, page 76, paragraph 57, there's remissions for metered water leaks. The remission is just for the water consumption. Is there any policy in council to help pay for the actual leak? So that would be on people's private property between the meter and them using it.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know if is that an Andrew question? Okay, we'll put that one on hold for a minute.
Yeah. Next one, attachment 3 again, page 80, paragraph 102. So that's about Maori land that is getting sort of full rates for emissions. Do you know any examples in Hamilton of that?
No, we don't.
Okay. Attachment 5, page 93, paragraph 85, about Airbnbs. So I'd asked this question offline, and I thought your answer was excellent.
Thank you.
Again, so, and I think it's an important one for people to hear. So I'll ask the same question again. So Airbnbs, most of them are not sort of set up as full commercial enterprises. It might be people renting out just one room in their house. There is provision to charge full commercial rates, but are we doing that on all of them, and if not, why not?
So yeah, that is definitely something that we're going to pick up as part of the working group. And you're quite right, because there is a mixture of those that are doing it as a commercial business and those that are just the mum and dad trying to, earn some money. So that is definitely one of the many things that we will have to consider, and we will consider as part of that working group.
Yeah, right. And then attachment 6, page 100, the SUIP, the wonderful SUIP. The definition of the separately used or inhabited part of a rating unit seems to allow for used or unused and inhabited or uninhabited, which sort of makes a bit of a mockery of the name. It just, can you confirm that that is the case, that uninhabited and unused parts can be included as a SUIP in reference to vacant land and vacant buildings, or parts of buildings?
Do you want to answer that, Andrew?
Yeah, so the definition of SUIP, so for residential property, it's usually based around physical characteristics of the property. So any property is a minimum of one SUIP, so even a vacant section. For a residential property, where it becomes a second SUIP is if they have a second area which has a living area, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a sink outside of the bathroom. So we use that as kind of a proxy for a kitchen or kitchenette, and we use sink because it's something that usually requires a consent, so we can, it's a bit harder to change than just putting in a fridge. For commercial properties, it's more based around tenancies or tenantable areas. So if there was a clearly separate area that was vacant but it was advertised for lease, that would still be counted as a separate tenancy. So I'm not sure if I answered your question in there.
That is good. So if, say, one family moved into a house which had a separate area out the back, like a bedsit studio, but they were using it as one family, can they come back and say, hey, it's not a SUIP?
No, not on our current application of the policy, no.
And similarly, a commercial property that had previously been subdivided into two, if it gets one tenant taking the whole property, can they come back and say, hey, it's just one SUIP?
Yeah. So for commercial properties, we would look if it was one business occupying, separate areas of the property, and it was all used for the same purpose, we would categorise that as one. Yeah.
Right.
Andrew, I'm just wondering where you're leading with this, because we could take this conversation offline if it's going into that technical.
Right.
Are you leading to?
No. These are just sort of detailed questions.
If they're not material to the decision today, I wonder if you would take some time offline and to go through, to sit down with staff and go through that. I think it could be more useful.
Okay, I'll skip all but one more remaining question, so I'll skip them.
Yes, sure, absolutely.
So last question, attachment 7, page 112, paragraph 56, the borrowing security. So we are providing security to people we are borrowing from by way of guaranteeing that we can charge rates on people's property. Is that the correct reading?
Yes.
Yeah. That's all, thanks.
So, any other questions on the revenue and financing policy, do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Van Ooston moves and Councillor Wilson seconds. No further questions? Let's go into debate. Do you have any debate? Yes, thank you. Councillor Van Ooston.
Thank you. Yes, just a very quick debate. These are the policies that underpin our long-term plan decisions and budgets, and in that case are critically important for us as a backbone to our council. There are the absolute need to update references within these policies to make sure that they are current and accurate in the work that we are doing. I note with pleasure that there is the working group established to be able to find ways for residents to be able to have an opportunity through that review on the burden that their rates may bring to them. Increasing the $30,000 limit, I think, will help residents to access some relief, and I welcome that. Also, as a part of that, it sends a signal that it is very available if you meet the criteria, and that working group will also be able to delve into some of that criteria as well. So looking forward to that coming back in a following year. Thank Tracy and the team for being able to put all this together for our consideration, and have no doubt that this will pass unanimously. Kia ora.
Okay, Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, the devil is in the detail, so we do need to dig in on quite a lot of these items, and I've been mostly satisfied over the course of my nearly year and a half on council so far that we are sorting out the finances in an appropriate manner, so well done, Tracy. There are some areas that need very careful consideration, SUIPs being an example, because it seems to come down to whether you've got an extra sink, as whether you get an extra SUIP charged on your house. And I think there needs to be a little bit more nuance than that, so I'm pleased to see that there is a working group that is going to look at things like that. The water meters and water charges, there will be lots of complex issues because if the goal is to reduce water wastage from leaks, then helping people fix leaks might be necessary rather than just charging them for the water they use. And the reason why all of this is important with our rates is because we have a very big debt, and that is secured against our rates, which is ultimately secured against people's properties. Thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I just want to thank the team for their work on these policies, and I look forward to the community's feedback on these policies. I don't imagine it comes in a huge way, partly because of the complexity that's involved in those policies, which is why we are so lucky to have the team that we do. However, I am really interested in one of the principles in our draft revenue and financing policy around the affordability of rates, and obviously that's a huge issue that we're facing at the moment. But I do think it needs repeating that we're currently arguably more affordable than Christchurch, Tauranga, Auckland and Wellington. And I think that's just something that we need to keep repeating to our community. And I do look forward to their feedback on what their perspective is on that, because it's really difficult to know what level of rates is affordable. It all depends on the kind of city you want to live in. It's easy to grumble about rate increases, but not to value the things that we achieve through rates, such as our community facilities, parks, libraries, etc. So that's a particular point of interest to me, and people might not even really know that it's an aspect of our financial policy. but certainly look forward to people's reflections on that aspect. Thank you.
No further debate? We'll go to the vote. On the board, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, colleagues. That now takes us on to item 9, fees and charges, after which we'll have a break, reminding you that there's a film opportunity for each person today as well at 11:30. We'll talk about. Okay, fees and charges. Thank you, Tracy.
Okay, so for those that have been around for a wee while, you'll notice that this has been presented to you slightly differently. This time we used to just have the adds, the subtracts and the changes coming through. What we've tried to do this time is bring it through per activity, so you can see where we've taken some out, where we've changed some, or where we've added some back in. So hopefully that made it a little bit easier for you to read. So again, just a reminder around the process of this. Every individual line is obviously considered by each of the different business units. Some of them are just inflated, some of them are because we have to cover our charges, and some of them are obviously benchmarked against what our against the market that they're in. All of these, the revenue that all of these fees and charges are already included in the draft budget that you have in front of you. So while some of them with the increases look quite large, when it comes to materiality, not a lot of it makes a bit of a difference. And that's some of the fine line, I guess, challenges that the team have as far as price versus volume and getting in that revenue. Increasing the price sometimes doesn't necessarily mean you'll increase the revenue and vice versa. So I do have all of the business managers and GMs of each of the activities here today if you've got specific questions around each of them. However, I just want to note that on page 144, in the parking one, we've got the date wrong. Thank you, Councillor Maxine. We had the date in there, it says 1st of July 24. It should say 1st of January 25, noting it's subject to an LTP decision. So I just want to recognise that small change. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you for relaying to us how it doesn't necessarily generate more money. But I did notice in the further on, and I think it's the financial strategy later on, that there is an increase, only a small increase in the first year, but the next year there is quite an increase in the fees and charges and what they generate. Have I read that right? Like the first year of the LTP is a small increase, but the next year is about 5 million, or?
So again, different revenue, different calculations.
Okay.
We bring the fees and charges to you every single year, and we will increase them usually based on inflation, if nothing else. And again, we just check in with them. So this is actually something that we bring to you year after year. So at the moment, the fees and charges from year 2 onwards will be the revenue from year 2 onwards will be based on what we've got now, and they're just inflated. So they're not necessarily the same sort of thing.
Okay.
And we, like I say, we will bring that back at the annual plan and we redo all of this all over again.
Okay, so it's a moving feast.
Absolutely, yep.
Councillor Bidder.
Sorry, me again. And it's only 2 questions this time, and yes, they are leading somewhere in my debate, even though they might seem strange questions. So, starting with the pound, we have...
Page?
Page 122, and then on page 123.
Yep.
So we have dog feed at $21 a day, and horse feed at $15 a day. Are we getting very big dogs and very small horses? Yes, yes.
Kelvin.
No.
Oh my God, I would never talk.
Yeah, yeah.
Short answer is we would deal with maybe one horse every 1 to 2 years if we're lucky. We deal with dogs every single day, so we don't store horse feed, and we would have to go out and buy it for the occasion, and that's just simply around it's coping with a singular horse, and that's what it costs, as opposed to a kennel full of dogs as we have every day.
Yeah. Yep. And on page 125, and this sort of actually occurs in a few places, the printing and copying costs. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, well, I acknowledge. So we shouldn't have it at different prices, and that's my bad because I should have gone through and checked it. We do it every time, and this time I particularly missed it. So acknowledge that.
Also, in relation to it, it's typically 6 times what the warehouse charges. So can we just walk down to the warehouse and get our printing done there and save some money?
A level of detail
no.
way below. These
is,
fees and charges have been before us.
Yeah.
And it would have been more useful to have those discussions offline when in the formation of these fees. Have you got many other questions like that?
No, that was it.
Thank you.
We'll standardise that on the economic side. Funnily enough, the Chief Executive picked up on the difference between printing at customer services and building and the libraries, which were different. So
The libraries provide a different service. So most of the photocopying costs, there's an administrative fee for, like, you know, if you're doing planning or providing planning documents. The library is a different type of service than the other photocopying administrative costs.
We'll
That's
take
a
Councillor
community
Bitter through it
service that we
offline just so
provide.
that you get a good sense that we're reasonably charging.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'll try to be quick. I'm getting in touch with my inner Martin Gallagher here, speaking as the new councillor. There's obviously quite a staggering array of fees and charges, and I was fascinated to read through them. Can I just look very quickly at page 153, which was the litter infringement notices? That obviously jumps out. Can I just clarify, is the fact that there is no recommended increase because we don't actually control that, it's prescribed under the Litter Act? Is that correct, or is there a different reason?
It's all right. Where are you? Oh yeah, it's you again. Not you, but yeah, it is.
You're absolutely correct. The fees are set by central government by legislation.
So how often is that up for review?
They haven't been reviewed in my time in council.
Is it something that we as a council can occasionally recommend? And I'm sorry if I should have taken this offline as well, but I'm just mindful of the fact that there's the really objectionable practice of dumping litter, particularly in parks and reserves and that type of thing, which is both an economic and an environmental cost. And it would be desirable for our fees and charges to be reflecting our abhorrence about that practice.
Deputy Mayor Angela's committee, we can have a look at that and make suggestions down to LGNZ to challenge some of those global services, fees and services.
Okay,
So we
thank
can
you.
look-
So I would obviously support that. And I guess the other question is, at a local level, how much is it costing us to monitor what is happening as opposed to compared to what we're gaining in revenue from fees and charges?
Ania.
Good morning. So in answer to your first question, the legislation hasn't changed since 1979. And nor have the fees and charges. But the Ministry for Environment, I understand, have got a plan and process and progress to look at to review the Litter Act and to obviously review those fees and charges, because we want to see that as a deterrent for illegal dumping. In terms of illegal dumping, we have I can't tell you the revenue off the top of my head, but we do have staff who are regularly monitoring our illegal dumping spots and imposing infringements. I believe we've done 47 or 48 infringements so far this financial year, and that's at the maximum penalty. We've also taken a particular case to court.
Great. Oh, thank you for that helpful answer.
Councillor McIndoe, what I think we'll do is note in the minutes, because I don't think it's quite relevant to the fees we're setting today, but we'll note in the minutes an action point to go through the Chair of Infrastructure to look at our ability to inform the work that's being done to review the Act and to encourage them
Thank you for that. And I look forward to that coming back to our committee.
Yeah, so that be noted.
Thank you.
Angela's listening, I can tell.
Thank you for the answers.
Okay, thank you, good point. I just have one question, because I didn't go through every little line, fee and service, but what is the biggest, most of them are to inflate, for inflation. Are there any substantial ones that you've increased well above inflation? And can you suggest why?
Yes, there are, and those ones particularly relate to collecting the revenue of what it actually costs us to do the work. So particularly in Blair's area, for those sorts of things, obviously it's costing us more to do. We're allowed to recover our costs in those spaces, so that's why those ones are particularly high this time round.
So what is the one that's gone up to, is a 19% increase we were talking about earlier? Is that of interest?
Yeah, that's your...
But those are ones all related to planning?
That's correct, although there are some nuances in that. If you wish to, I can ask Grant, Keeler and Chris to explain that, because it's around the deposit, which is the upfront fee, as opposed to the hourly rate, which is the variable component. Happy to Grant to explain that.
Oh, you could have been there. That's so cool.
Everyone else is going. Good morning. In terms of the question, so in terms of planning guidance, deposit fees, they have increased, or the proposal to increase them approximately 20% across the board. Now, the rationale behind that is simply that the cost of securing a consent through council has increased over time. We haven't reviewed these substantively above inflation for a number of years, and the key rationale here is to try to keep the deposit fees in line with the cost of securing that consent. So what we're wanting to do is to get a situation where we're not on-charging a lot of costs at the back end of the process for a normal consent. So that's why they've gone up, to reflect that cost. Equally, in terms of the complexity that we're now dealing with over the last number of years in terms of the ODP, the PC12, flood, all the other complexities, the cost of securing consent has increased. So what we've tried to do is increase the deposit, bear in mind it is only a deposit, and that there will be fees at the end of the consent process that will catch up with the rest of the fees that we pay there. So it's only a deposit fee.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Oh yeah, I'm just quickly trying to scroll back to find my question. Apologies, everyone. It was to do with the video subscription, or video rather, provision fees for CCTV. And only because it came through my committee at one stage, as I recall, the cost of the increased instances under which we are being asked for CCTV footage, and a $30 fee seems a pretty small cost, especially if we're looking at taking into account covering the cost of doing the work. Is it as quick and easy as $30 suggests? Getting your steps up today, Calvin.
Thanks, Councillor Maxine. The requests we get for video footage are generally come through via a Lagoima request, and they're answered under the privacy principles, and that we don't charge for those. It would have to be significant and
Exclamation mark.
I thought someone was disagreeing with me. It would have to be significant and complex with a lot of research required for us to be able to consider whether we would initiate a charge.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you. You were the only one who got a musical accompaniment to your question and answer. Yeah. So we're going to go to the vote. I'm just going to get back up again. Fees and charges. Also move. If I have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Van Oosten. We will go into the debate. Is there any debate at all? It doesn't need much debate, but I'll just say something of a global nature around this, in that fees and services are a part of a user pays portion of our organisation. And with 71% of our returned revenue coming from ratepayers, it is really important that we look at ways of driving user pays up so that it's more equitably sits on the people who use that particular service. Not always easy in a city context, but where it can be applied, it should be applied. And thank you to the staff for doing this work. Definitely thank you, Councillor McIndoe, for making your comment about some of the government fees and services. It is ridiculous that a fee to collect waste now, or fine against waste, littering, dumping, would be the same as it was in 1979. That's just absolutely... It's absolutely incredible to me. And but the massive business that local government gets involved in, it's easy to see that these things just sort of slip away in the background. We must address that, and we've made a process to do it. Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Mayor, there was a point to my questions, which is that the Local Government Act does actually require regulatory functions that have fees and charges to be actual and reasonable costs only. There is no profit margin to be made in that. User pays needs to be fair. I have a genuine concern that the council is using fees and charges for revenue to hide rates pressure that needs to be dealt with properly in other ways. I have spoken in the past about building inspector fees, which is within my area of expertise, and they are not in line with the market. I'm not supporting the fees and charges as they stand. I may lose this vote every year, but I will keep banging on about it with no apology.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that I'm pleased to see that we've retained our concession rates for cardholders for the zoo and the pools. User pays, just to note, does hurt our lower income communities the most, and low cost and accessible activities are vital, particularly in our commitment to having an inclusive community. Thank you.
Right, we'll go to the vote. Thank you to staff for the work you've done behind this. We'll go to the vote. And we will adjourn for morning tea.
The motion is carried, noting that
And
Councillor Bidder is dissenting. Thank you.
Oh, councillors, before we do that, just to please note that we'll be having a hard and fast lunch break because I have a commitment with Brad Olsen and LGNZ over a media stand-up, so I have to do that at lunchtime. So I'll be leaving at what time am I leaving at, Natasha? Remind me. 12:40 I'm leaving, and so we will be having our lunch between 12:40, and I shall rush out there and rush back. And no matter where we are in the debate, I would like you to respect my ability to do that. Thank you, colleagues. Appreciate it. Right, so we are going to give this jolly to, oh, are we? We're on 10, yeah, development contributions. So Greg and Lachlan are going to give it all to us in a way that is so accessible to our wider audience.
Thanks, Chair. That's added pressure. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. I'll make a few introductory comments before taking questions. This staff report seeks approval of the draft 24-25 DC policy to go out for public consultation alongside the long-term plan. It's based on the resolutions of Council made at the 28th of November Council meeting, but it also recommends several changes in position to those resolutions. I'll draw your attention to Table 1 on page 183 of your agenda, which sets out the staff recommendations relating to the various policy topics and provides broadly estimated DC revenue impacts for each of these policy options. If all of the staff recommendations in the report were adopted by Council today, the estimated DC revenue impact is $17 million across the 10-year plan period, which broadly equates to a 1.7% impact on rates, unfavourable. I think important, obviously one of the major issues for all of us to think about is the draft DC charges are substantially higher than the current policy, so by more than 50% in most cases and more than double in a few cases. These substantial increases are being driven primarily by the increase in the Three Waters capital program and having a full 10 years of CapEx in there. Just in terms of the economy, the cost of construction materials has increased, depending on what you're looking at, between 20 and 30% since your last LTP was adopted. And thirdly, a near doubling of Council's long-run average cost of borrowing assumption. The DC model uses that long-run interest rate and accrues interest, and that factor alone has the impact of increasing DCs by around 20% across the board. So you have these substantial factors that are outside of how you operate the model, and it is important to note that there's been no change in how the DC model calculates DCs or prepares its inputs. A crucial consideration for Council in this policy review is whether or not to reduce high charges if they expect them to stymie development, which is ultimately at the expense of the ratepayer. Depending on the extent of it, stymied development could have serious consequences for Hamilton's housing supply, jobs and economy. The best policy outcome, in my opinion, is that developments proceed that would otherwise have been abandoned with high DCs, but at the lowest cost to the ratepayer. The risk for Council is that rates-funded reductions do not change investment decisions, but the ratepayer subsidises the reductions anyway. This particularly applies to making small reductions to charges or small modifications. So this is a delicate balance. For the reasons set out in the report and supported by the Inside Economics report in attachment 6, staff have recommended that the DC charges not be moderated downwards in this draft policy. The views of developers and the public are always essential in developing public policy, but even more so in the case of this DC policy, given some of the considerations outlined in the report. And so we'll be listening carefully and reading thoroughly those submissions we receive. Find a minor correction in Table 9, page 201. CBD should read 2.3 million, not 1.7, and CBD high-rise 1.1 million rather than 180k. That doesn't affect anything in the draft policy. Lachlan Muldowney is here beside me, and I've got Tiki Mossop and several of the team at the back there to provide their expert advice as needed. happy now to take questions on any of that.
I do have a couple of questions, if I might. In terms of, so I heard you, I think, just to tell me I'm correct, the methodology has not changed, but with the new inputs from those appreciation factors, that's led to the higher DCs. Cool. So what consultation has occurred with the development community or will occur is one question, and what are you hearing from them, if anything, around the tipping point that makes development slow down?
Yes, so we have met with the Property Council and had a good session. I think, I think it's fair to say, given this, the level of increase, there's a level of shock or a level of sort of gulp, I guess, if the in the first time the charges are seen. So I think it's fair to say that that reaction, we saw that reaction. Actually, quite a productive conversation. The Property Council members wanted to understand why were the charges increasing, and what was having the most impact. So we explained them, and they well understand, being in the industry and understanding how it works. We talked about their feasibility and what this might mean for development. They also talked to us. There are obviously, I think I've written about it in the report, but there are other factors placing pressure on development, borrowing costs, cost of construction, infrastructure constraints, and others. I think we didn't dig into, and they probably didn't have it on hand, exactly how would this impact, and I think that's why it's really going to be valuable to get submissions where they do provide us a proper understanding of that. In terms of other engagements, so we have early next week, Tainui Group Holdings and Adair Group, Peacocks, and if I've missed one, Tiki can shout it out. Nope. Okay, that's those. But also, we're most happy to meet and have engagements. So those are the three that we've got in the calendar. But there may be more.
Greg, councillors also just advised next Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock we have our a forum with our developers, Growing Our City Forum, and there's over 100 developers registered to attend that event. So I'm sure this will be one of many topics that's canvassed there. So it's a very targeted engagement session, and I believe it's in your calendars, or you are invited to attend as well. So.
Yeah, thanks, Blair.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor. Greg, should we stop using the mantra growth pays for growth?
I think it's still a good mantra. It's not pure in terms of even if we wanted to, under our statutory powers, we couldn't. In terms of DCs, we need to take account of whether assets in part, deal with level of service, or whether in part they're renewals, and even if the benefit is in fact, enjoyed by outside the city. So you tend to get a maximum of 85, 90% recovered, and some things like the wastewater treatment plant upgrade is like 59% because it's dealing with those things. So the principle is right, in my opinion, and then you go and use the tools to try and achieve that.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Case-Cox.
Yeah, kia ora. Just a question on the Inside Economics report. They seem to suggest that the charges will disincentivise infill development as opposed to greenfill. Do you have a comment on that in particular?
Yes, good question, thanks. I think, the simple point is that the infill charges are going up comparatively more than other charges. So that is the main reason, I think, that that Fraser, the author, wrote that. There's something important to consider, which is that council has that the brownfield infrastructure is probably fair to say has been underfunded over many years, and so now there's a step change intervention to deal with some of those issues, like the big treatment plant upgrade, which, by the way, there's something like $360 million from the Puketi upgrade being recovered through DCs, and that is the lion's share of the citywide piece of the charge, which is then the lion's share of infill. So it's safe to say that where the council is trying to deal with wastewater capacity issues, and that's what's driving the DC, and therefore it should be paid because they're going to benefit from it. But you're right, infill has increased substantially, and so that will change the proposition for some developers.
Right. It's sort of at odds with our growth strategy, I guess, and wanting to go up, not out, but that's just what it is.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So the DC policy is a financial model. It generates charges to recover the costs. So it sort of is what it is. And then, I mean, council can choose to reduce charges. Like if there was wanting to be, say, better alignment with incentivising infill over greenfield, there is an option. Council is able to do that. However, there are some pretty important considerations which I have detailed in the report, but happy to talk about.
Cool. And just the other point that they seem to make in their report is around the capping of the charges not necessarily being all that material. So, but you would still recommend that approach. They just didn't seem to think it would necessarily make that much difference, I guess.
So the staff recommendation is not to cap. In fact, it was discussed at a briefing, but it isn't recommended. And following the advice from Inside Economics, the sort of simple reason for it is so DCs make up about 7% or 6 or 7% of the total build cost of development, and if you are going to modify charges, the idea is to get developments to proceed that have been priced out because of DCs. But by taking a 10% margin off the DCs, it's very unlikely that will actually change any investment decisions. That's sort of 10% of 6%. So in the end, based on Fraser's economic analysis, we effectively the conclusion was that is an effective policy to achieve the outcome that we want. So,
sorry, I thought we were still capping in peacocks, but maybe I missed that.
Yes. So there's no recommendation to modify charges in the policy in the draft policy, other than the discretionary remissions that have been put forward by elected members and that have come through the process.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just ask one more question? Andrew and I had the privilege of being at that Property Council forum last week. It was really good. In my debate, I'll talk to something that one of the economists, David Norman from GHD, made a comment about. He was excellent. One of the things that piqued my interest, though, is that given that land has been sold at hugely expensive prices, and those landowners become, therefore, quite wealthy off the back of the sale, is it right then the developers bear the cost of the development contributions, which they pass on to the buyer of the property, or they have to recoup somehow through the person who purchases or rents that property going forward? So I'm interested, and then the mortgage holder or the renter actually ends up wearing the biggest burden of increased costs of a development somewhere down the line. I already asked you about the tipping point, but is there anything anywhere in the country that looks at that whole land, or do you feel, Blair, this is picked up in the emerging areas, and somehow what we are doing is going to drive a more competitive cost of land, which will help the developers?
Well, I mean, land cost is probably, I mean, construction costs have been escalating at such a rate, but land cost is such a big driver of ultimately the cost of housing. And you're correct that DCs, a developer will pass on DCs to the extent that they can, which is usually quite a lot. So it does ultimately end up with the end user largely. For those big developers that have big established land holdings who have had up zoning in the past, they, the land cost for them is quite different. So feasibility modelling, often works on, well, how much is it to buy 600 square metres of land, and that's the market price. But if you've had 100 hectares that was farmland and now it's been serviced and zoned, then essentially you are going to feel the effect of those. You're able to absorb like a DC increase more easily than someone who's paid market price for it.
Right. And so does that lend some credibility to our push for rating serviced but undeveloped land? I'm not trying to be tricky, I'm just trying to see all parts of the puzzle.
Well, to the extent that an area of land has benefited substantially from, a council decision or policy and has been able to retain that value, then I think there's some justification for returning some of that value to the community if you're talking about a targeted rate, particularly when there's infrastructure has been invested as well. But I get, that's a slightly different topic, but that's just my view.
And I think,
I'm
Mayor
just trying
Paula,
to figure out where the costs sit in the whole. This is one part of an equation, right?
so two questions you touched on there. One is that the concept of rating for that land that is serviced and not developed, that is one of the topics on the rating working group that Tracy referred to earlier, so we'll certainly be looking at that. Greg also touched on value capture, and you mentioned emerging areas and areas that looking to come to the city. The concept of capturing value that where the burden of infrastructure cost sits, and particularly land that is in future upzoned or comes into the city. The process that we're running is absolutely looking at that as a core tenet of our approach, that we look to capture value, we look to negotiate any infrastructure-related agreements before anything happens to upsize the value of the land by way of coming to the city or planning zone changes.
Thank you. Look, I'll move the staff recommendation. Is there a seconder? I'll second. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any further questions? Or we'll go into debate. I don't want to say too much about this. We know that this will come as a bit of a shock to some smaller developers who maybe we haven't quite got around to reaching yet with our communications. It's hard out there. It's hard on everyone because the costs that we're seeing inflated are the same costs that they're seeing inflated. The cost of concrete, as we know. Building costs are up somewhere between 29 and 38%. And, there's an incredible burden on everyone in all parts of the construction chain, I guess, so I acknowledge that. But it's time for this to go out and it's time to get the feedback. That's what we need now. It's time for us to let go of our thinking and see what the stakeholders come back and what they challenge us with and what ideas they have to do things differently if necessary. I will just say that at that same seminar, the Property Council one that Andrew and I attended, there was a economist, David Norman from GHD, and I want to say in a public forum that he noted Hamilton City Council's approach to pricing development contributions, as in his words, the best in the country. And I wanted to let that be known. And the reasons that sat behind him saying that is because he recognises the affordability factor that councils have and knows that in the development chain, both the people who own land and profit of high land price sales or hold land for land banking do very well. The developers do get stung with development contributions, but someone's got to pay the price that it takes to turn a bare paddock into a piece of urban environment that people can live in. But I am concerned, and we must always hold in our thoughts open for this consultation. When is the tipping point come that developers go, oh, I'm just going to put that big development on hold, or maybe not do it at all? We never want to be in that situation, right? Thank you. Anybody else want to debate? Okay. Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Firstly, thanks to Greg and his whole team for their work on this. Absolutely, there's a risk that the increased development contribution prices will affect the feasibility of some developments, at least in the short term. I think it will particularly affect people who have recently bought land at higher market prices, and they may have to delay their development until it makes economic sense for them. But at the same time, the reality is that costs of infrastructure and standards for particularly water's infrastructure have gone up, and so we do have to reflect the actual cost of infrastructure in these contributions as much as possible. I do want to say that I will be supporting this today to go out to consultation, but I don't fully support everything that we're proposing today. I think in light of very constrained debt headroom that we're facing, I would like us to reconsider the CBD development contribution remissions. I think particularly like when you look at 33%, it becomes a very small part of the cost of a development, and then the question is, are we actually flipping the switch, or are we actually changing something from not happening to happening? Are we, are we really making a difference with that remission? And or as Greg said, are we just subsidising the project that would go ahead anyway? And so I think we need to be very careful with that. And with the 100% remission, it's quite a large cost, and for what would be an expensive build, to build that high, a relatively small portion of the cost of a project. So again, I think we just need to tread with caution. But I will read all of the submissions and listen to them with interest.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I wasn't going to speak, but I felt motivated to after Councillor Sarah's narrative. I think one has to be very careful with a move to disincentivise significant growth development in the CBD. I'm mindful that such moves could affect major hotel projects. I'm mindful that such moves could negate or limit significant apartment developments in the CBD. And I also remind this council that at the very heart of our operative district plan, is the need for intensification within the CBD. That's our entire planning document. So if one pulls a lever over here, be mindful of the consequences of the impact over there. It's never in isolation, and the burden has to be balanced. And so be very careful when messing with one lever that you don't have a negative consequence on the other side.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote. Thank you to staff for all your work in the background. It's not 5 minutes work, I know that.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. This brings us on to item 11, the draft growth funding policy and consultation. Is that you again? Oh, excellent. Good.
Good morning again, Mayor and Councillors. Just a quick introduction for this. This report seeks approval of a draft growth funding policy to go out for public consultation with the long-term plan. The growth funding policy is a standalone policy and it's separate to the DC policy, but they've been coupled together in the consultation document because they're related and to try and streamline what's overall a big process. Only minor changes are recommended for the growth funding policy for consultation, but this is an important principles-based policy that sits behind things out of sight usually, but it's becoming more important in the new funding and financing environment we find ourselves in. Also, it has underpinned major negotiations, including the Ruakura PDA and the recent Rotokauri Stage 1 PDA, and will play an important role in the future. So it is really an important, albeit short, document. Happy to take questions on anything about that.
Okay, sorry. Any questions on this? As you say, it was all track change, so it's reasonably clear. Councillor Case-Cox?
Just quickly, Greg, sorry, I'm not 100% sure on this. In terms of you said it as a key policy for directing our private development agreements. So my understanding is that those agreements have become somewhat more inclined to enable or promote affordable housing. So would that be something that you would think could be or should be included in that policy?
Good question. I should clarify, so private developer agreements, so Andrew's team do many private developer agreements to, for access ways and other types of things. So this policy is talking about 100 hectares of land out of sequence. There's no infrastructure going near it in your long-term plan. If they want to proceed, it sets out the type of things that they would need to do, which is provide strategic infrastructure, ensure other land use that we have isn't impacted, etc. So it's really at that base level, and when Andrew, say, would enter into the first negotiation, that would be something that would sit there and would say, look, these are the principles that we start from. So something like housing affordability and many other things would come further down. Those are to establish really the base for the infrastructure principles. So I think as you went further along the line, then those ideas would come in commercial negotiations with the developers and that type of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just add to that, Greg? If the question is directed at does the growth funding policy lay a foundation for a developer to point to the benefits of an affordable housing project when entering into a private development agreement with council, my answer to that would be yes, there is positive signals in the growth funding policy to that effect. It doesn't expressly deal with affordable housing, but for example, the policy says at paragraph 12 or clause 12, in terms of recognising benefits, it says that the private development agreement shall recognise the development associated with an unfunded project brings to the costs and benefits of the city, and those benefits include the extent to which the project improves the social, cultural, economic and environmental well-being of current and future generations. So if I was a developer sitting on the side of a negotiation with council on a PDA, I'd point to that provision and say, there's a recognition that affordable housing needs to be recognised in the PDA and the benefits of it need to be recognised in the PDA. So I think the foundation of what you're looking for is there, sitting in the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? No. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Sorry, Councillor, were you moving? So somebody move first? I was just going to give them the... Sarah, and you second, you? So Councillor Thompson, Councillor Wilson, and we're going to debate if there is any. There not being any? Oh, there is. No?
Supportive of this policy and also of the changes. I think that it's really important that we continue to work hard on recognising that in many cases there can be significant value uplift when we make rezoning decisions, when we make boundary decisions, or even when those are speculated. So yeah, we absolutely, for the benefit of all residents, need to ensure that we capture some of the value created by decisions made by council. Yeah, so fully support this. Thank you.
No further discussion. We'll go to the vote, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now that brings us on to item 12, which I doubt we'll get completely through before I have to take a lunch break, but we'll do what we can in terms of questions. That's you, James, isn't it? Yes. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko James Clark Takoinoa. So this report really draws to a conclusion the first phase of the long-term plan, which is agreeing a draft budget and framing our pitch to the community. And it tees up the second phase, which is hearing what the community think. The third phase is then making final decisions and adopting the final long-term plan in June and July. I'll take the body of the report as read, but I'll just focus these comments on the various attachments to the report. The snappily titled Elected Member Consultation Document Working Group was formed back in December to guide the development of the consultation document, and that's led to the proposed draft, which is at attachment 1 of your report, or page 411 on Diligent, and also the submission form, which is attachment 2. You'll be aware that there's a whole range of additional information as well and products building on the language in the consultation document that we've been developing, and we'll share the key products with you in the next few days. And I know the team have left some business cards with QR codes directing people to the consultation website in the tea room, and I know those have gone down a storm already, and we're printing some new ones. And there's also the option of saving the QR code onto your phone, which I know some of you have taken up, and we can talk others through that. So we've announced that the consultation period will start on Tuesday of next week, that's the 19th of March, and run through to the 21st of April. And indeed the Chamber of Commerce have got in there early actually on what we might call Consultation Eve next Monday with their event. For those timelines to work, we can't be making further changes to the budget at this stage. We've been through the 2 iterations in November and February. We can't make further changes today to the budget in order for next week's timings to stick. Or major redrafts of the consultation document, which I'm hoping won't be required anyway. We can take on board any essential sort of minor changes to wording. And of course, there'll be the chance to revisit everything in June in the final deliberations. That's the key for final decision-making meeting. So that's the consultation document. I'll just touch on a few of the other products attached to the report. Again,
can I just say, just to make sure that we get questions on the right frame, if you see any typos, things that just don't grammatically make sense or something, let's not do them here, but come talk to James and they'll be automatically captured up in the final edits. That wasn't naming at you. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It's just in general. Thank you. Carry on, James.
Thanks. So I'll just touch on a few of the other products. Attachment 3 is a draft infrastructure strategy, which looks into the next 30 years ahead at what our requirements will be, which the elected member consultation document working group have also fed into. Attachment 4, the draft financial strategy, is, I guess, the other side of the coin, how we're going to sort of meet the growing costs that we have as a growing city. And you'll be familiar with the key parameters there around the rates rises necessary to balance the books within 3 years, and our debt to revenue limit, which is the thing that actually bites the most and the hardest, which we have to work around. Attachment 10 is the draft performance framework, which is the measures and targets against which our performance will be measured over the next 3 years. And finally, attachment 11 is the significant forecasting assumptions, which you've already adopted a couple of times, but we continue to refine them as we go so that our assumptions are based on all of the latest available information, and we'll do so again in June ahead of the final deliberations meeting. I'll leave it there and open up to any questions on the consultation document or any of the other products.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So we'll kind of be quite good to sort of go through the attachments in some sort of logical order as opposed to all backwards and forwards. So we'll just, in terms of the attachment 1, which is the long-term consultation document, unformatted, of course, at this point, will look a lot better when it has colours and pictures and breakout boxes.
The formatted version is in there now.
Yeah, oh, yes, okay, cool.
Thanks.
The back. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so anything in there that you're concerned about that is material? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Ms Southgate. So is this the appropriate time to ask questions about the contents of the document? And okay, thank you. Look, I have a question, but it's probably not for James directly. It's probably someone in the transport parking area, and it relates to page 20 and under the headline, Introducing Demand Responsive Pricing for Parking in the Central City. And I just have a question, and it relates to the second paragraph in that, where it is stated, we know from our data that it's hard to find a park. And I just have a question about the data behind that statement. Can I direct that to...
I can probably start the answer, and then
okay,
others can chip in.
I'll start with you, James.
Yep.
The
24.
400 and what?
Sorry, yeah, 430 of diligent.
23.
We've got 2 different documents.
Yes, 423 on diligent.
So page 20 of the document, and on my diligent, it's page 430.
If you refresh, it should be page 24 of the document, which is 423 on diligent. It's a section headed "What's changed? What's changing in this long-term plan?"
Yeah, what's changing in this long-term plan? Shall I just proceed, Mayor Southgate? So my question just relates to the data around the 333 car parks in that central city area, and it relates to the fact that my understanding from talking to staff over the last few months is that 50% of the parking bays, the actual bays aren't working or haven't been working. And so my question is the fact that 50% of the 333 bays aren't working and we are therefore not getting the information back on those bays, does that not suggest that our data isn't foolproof?
Okay, on whether the bays are working correctly, I will need to defer to the infrastructure and assets team. There is. Gordon or Tanya, are you able to talk to that?
So through you, Mayor Paula. So Councillor Tully, you are correct. We do have 50% of our bays that we can't get statistical data from. However, it is enough to give us statistically the right information.
Okay, 50% of the data,
yes,
we're drawing a conclusion.
Is enough. If we start to drop below that, then the data is not robust enough to give us
Significantly relevant, because data has to reach a threshold to be.
It does. If it goes below that, then it won't be useful, but it is currently useful.
So my question would be, given that we've only got 50% of them working and 50% of the available data, would it not be prudent to not actually point to the data in a consultation document? If you've got half the data, how prudent is it to actually point to that? Aren't you leaving yourself open for questioning?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Councillor.
Well, my question is, with 50% of the data, in your professional opinion, is it worth, in a consultation document, pointing to that to the public? Would it not be safer to actually leave out the data if you've only got half of it?
So we've provided what we feel is a statistically robust information, thank you, based on through our data scientists. It would be up to council to decide if you did not want to refer to that percentage in the document.
Okay, all right. Well, look, I won't belabour the point about whether or not 50% is robust. I'll leave it there and I'll bring it up in debate. Thank you.
So what you're saying is, because quite often statisticians or researchers go out to a pool of people or something like that, and they ask people, and then there's a threshold at which it becomes statistically irrelevant. But you're saying, in this, from the statistician's point of view, the data set that you were able to get was strong enough to interpret, to indicate the outcomes that you've said. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, correct. Thank you,
I
Mayor
did
Paula.
statistics 101 at university so many years ago.
Could I just add to that a little bit? So I've got in front of me, and I think Amy can perhaps share it on the screen, a list of occupancy rates in different parts of the central city. And you'll remember that 85% is sort of seen as the key sort of threshold. If you go above 85%, it's very hard to get a spot. And there are a couple of places where the current data is just above the 85%, but there are several other places where the data that we've got is far above that. So, for example, Ward Street is 98% occupancy, Worley Place 97%, Collingwood Street 94%. So I guess that would point to the fact that. There you go. So I guess that would point to the fact that. You know, if we're on 98% in Ward Street, it's unlikely that the data that's missing would tip that below 85%. I realise that for the ones that are closer to the threshold, potentially it might.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Mayor Southgate, just a second question there. Given that we're stating that it's hard to find a park from our data, would we be expected to premise that data on the fact that we are monitoring those 330 car parks as every 2 hours? Would it not be a premise that we're basing this data on the fact that we are monitoring these 333 car parks every 2 hours as per we should?
So the data that's in the consultation document currently is the data for occupancy, not the data for enforcement.
Right, but if we're going to draw a conclusion about our data shows that it's hard to find a park, would we not need to actually premise that on the fact that we're doing our job in terms of monitoring the parking and that the parking is turning over?
We could do, but the data is based on the occupancy, which is showing the turnover, not the enforcement.
Okay, so if data actually showed that we are not monitoring those 333 car parks every 2 hours on a regular basis, where does that leave your data?
So we don't have the statistical data on monitoring, because monitoring has a lot of variances to it, including staff time, number of staff out on the street, how many metres are being occupied for business purposes because they're doing repairs, etc. So we don't have that level of scrutiny currently. With our new meters that are going in, we will be able to do that a lot more effectively.
Right, okay, thank you. And is it not the case that in the last few months we've met and I have asked you for information about how we're monitoring, and it's not the case that you sent me a week in November, I think late November, to show how much monitoring of the 2 hours free parks is going on?
Yes,
And
that was shared with all all elected members.
Right, and is it not the case that that showed that we are not comprehensively monitoring the 2-hour free parks every 2 hours?
Yes, based on the variances that I just explained.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I'll bring that back into debate. Thanks.
Okay, any further questions on the document in any parts? People look like they might, no questions? We want to debate it, do we? Okay,
Just procedurally, are there any amendments tabled currently? I'm just trying to understand potentially the areas to focus on.
yeah, look, I am too, because this is just the document, but
Yeah.
we were going to go along the attachments just to make sure we've got that you're happy or could take questions. Like, can we go through the documents?
Sure. No,
I'm just thinking on the fly here, Ewan, so maybe we'll go through the documents for questions. You've had your chance on that one. Then we will have our lunch break, and then we will come back for getting all our ducks in a row in terms of what's on there, and go into more debate, because I don't want to curtail debate or stop someone mid-flow, and I'm about 15 minutes away from having to leave. So would that seems sensible.
sounds very pragmatic.
Okay, so let's look at couple of questions. Infrastructure strategy, for example. Any question? Oh, right, Councillor Pike.
Sorry, we on infrastructure?
No, you can go back to the last one if you want.
It's all right. Thank you. I'm just on page 424 or page 26 of a consult document, which is entitled, now I've lost it again.
How we plan to manage the city's...
Reducing council services and costs.
Yep.
424. Good. I've requested this information offline, but for transparency, I'll ask again. So to interpret the figures in the wider picture here, can maybe James or Tracy please tell me how much Hamilton's population has grown over the last 10 years?
Do you have that to hand, Tracy?
Sorry.
It might just pull up. Is there a sort of second part of the question, or?
And then I was going to ask similarly for our the change in consultant spend and personnel spend.
Okay, so what specifically did you want me to read out from the information we've already sent you?
Just on how much the population has grown over the last 10 years, so I guess
okay, so
the figure
in
from 10 and
2014 our population was 153,200. In 2023 it's 185,300.
Okay. So that's about...
I don't have percentages.
That's about a fifth.
Yeah, about 20%. In that same 10 years, can you tell us how much consultant spend has increased?
Yes, it's gone from $2,500 to nearly $2.5 million to $14 million.
It's about 466%, if my maths is right. About 466% increase.
Yes, and yep. Did you have another question?
And the same for personnel costs?
Is it the premise of the document?
I'm just providing some, or getting some context to the core decision there.
Changes
I'm not
to the
making
consult.
changes.
So I'm not sure that's
Yeah,
sorry,
it's
point.
getting a little bit out of scope unless you're asking for changes in the consultation document itself or needing to understand the intent.
Well, we spent 18 months.
You can,
should
however,
understand
of
it
course,
by
bring
now.
whatever you want to into the debate at the appropriate
I'll
time.
bring it to debate.
No,
Well, they can, yep.
Some political points, because we're actually on the document itself.
Exactly.
So ideas if you want to change it.
There will be, yeah.
Mayor Paula, I want to challenge that point of order. I respectfully to the Deputy Mayor, maybe her motivation is to stymie the discussion. The reality is it is a salient it is a salient point. You have opened the floor to questions. Councillor Emma is referring to a specific page in the document and how it intermixes with the final consultation document. You can't then arbitrarily not want to enable staff to provide the answer.
No, this is the consultation document, not how it attributes.
So what I'll be made clear in response to that point of order is that I'm not trying to start any debate. I'm trying to understand if this is about changes to the document, because that's all we're dealing with today. Not changes to the decisions, but changes to how they're explained in the document. And Emma, I've said, you're welcome in your debate to expound how you feel about this. Thank you, Ewan. Let's move on, please.
Mayor Paula, could you just refer to me which, in terms of standing orders, which exactly the point of order refers to?
No, I can't at this point in time. Would you like to take an adjournment while you do your homework?
No, sorry, I'm trying to help you. I'm not the one making...
Look, I think
Mayor
we need
Paula,
to move
I'm not the one making the decision. I point to the fact that you are required to stipulate which point you're leveraging your decision on. This is a democracy, not an autocracy. Show me the book.
Yeah, I can. I have discretion under 21.2 around the questioning. And what I'm saying, as I said, set out at the beginning of the meeting, for everyone, it's not changing for anyone in particular, that the questions need to relate to the document and how you want the document to reflect the decisions we've already made. So all I've been asking Emma is, are you asking these questions because you have a proposition to change the document, because you can't change the decision?
Well, Mayor Paula, I intend to make a move, an amendment to change parts of the document in regards to staffing numbers and the narrative. And in light of Councillor Emma doesn't ask the questions, I'll ask the questions based on a foreshadowed amendment.
That's fine, you may do that.
Thank you.
That will come after lunch, however. Emma, do you have any other questions about the document that you're particularly keen to explore?
No, I'm happy to bring them in debate and wait for Councillor Ewan's motion.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Mayor Paula, could I just add to that in Diligent, there's a document, the Q&A document you'll be familiar with in the Council and Committees section. And in that document, we've got the full answers to Councillor Emma's questions, which detail how various things have tracked over the last 10 years, such as population, the staff costs, consultant costs, capital budget, and so on. So that information is on page 9 of that document.
So maybe you can have a quick look. It's on Q&A. It's on the question LTP Q&A part tab of the Diligent. But since we're not going to progress to any debate until after lunch, I've got plenty of time to get the facts at our fingertips, and James will be happy to help you with that in the break. Is that okay? Any more questions on the content? Yes, there is. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. This really is just on some wording. Same page, same section, ironically. Very bottom of the sort of left-hand side. We have not yet identified which services will be affected, but will ensure critical services are not impacted. I'm wondering if when you say critical, do you mean legally or legislative things we're required to do under legislation?
I think it's broader than that. That is things that we've physically cannot stop doing to keep the city running. But is your suggestion that we should sort of name the services that we wouldn't touch, or?
Well, when I was looking on the other side, which like the next page, the summary of what council services are, I thought was really good, but I just felt it would perhaps be useful for the public, because critical to a member of the public might be extremely subjective, I might put libraries in that category, and you guys might say nope. So just wanting to make sure that to the public we're really clear that they don't read that and go, oh yeah, they'll know what critical is to me, and not answer it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, others might want to add to this, but I think one thing that we're mindful of is we're wary of sort of saying a whole activity, that we won't touch that whole activity, because, you know, 99% of it might be critical and we won't touch it, but there might be something that we do touch. And we're reluctant in the drafting of the consultation document to sort of box ourselves in or out of sort of particular options.
Yeah, that's kind of why I came back to, like, is it what's legislated? Because that would be like a specific list, but yeah, if it's hard.
I think there could be greater clarity around that so that people understand what it refers to. Is there any possibility of?
I do apologise for asking about a really specific
And we're not
wording.
talking about material changes in this document for the reasons explained, but is it a small adjustment, or do you think it's?
So you're saying potentially changing critical to sort of we won't affect legislatively required services?
Yeah, just something that might be a little bit more tangible and less kind of,
Well, you can say critical services that are legislatively required are not impacted.
Yep.
So minor amendments like that I see as being able to be absorbed without really holding up the process. I would suggest that's a good suggestion. I would suggest that in the lunch break that we capture up any of those little ones, and then we can just make sure that everybody's aware of them after the lunch break, and there's we haven't done something that's counter to someone else's view. It could be quite straightforward that way. Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. My question is, I think, either to the Chief Executive or to James. It's in regards to the consultation document referring to reducing council services in costs. My question is whether or not the Chief Executive or James feels that a further explanation, since this is a 10-year plan, having a paragraph reflecting on the previous 10 years, and whether or not it should be commented that there has been a 69% increase in payroll over the last 10 years, despite only a 20% population growth, and whether or not that would be a fairer representation to introduce the narrative of reducing council services and costs. And Mayor Paula, you'll see that question is directly related to the draft LTP communication document.
I think if you're going to get a completely fair representation would be to go beyond just the population. It's about the amount of new roads we've got, the amount of new parks, the capital program increasing from 100 million to 380 million, compliance costs coming down from government, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Really, it's up to the council if you want to put that contextual information in the document.
Excellent. Well, that's some very good suggestions. In light of that, where have we, I see in other parts of the document, we refer to that holistically. James, can you point to exactly where the very valid points that the Chief Executive has made? Just point to me where that is covered in the document.
We don't include all of those stats that Lance just mentioned, but as
Right. Well, thank you. So in light of the Chief Executive's comments, shouldn't the document reflect that?
Yeah, well, I think his comment was that if you want to add in that contextual information, you should add in the whole suite, not just population growth, for example. And I think we're deferring to council on that. If you would like us to do that, we can do so.
Right, thank you. So, Mayor Paula, in light of the good questions that Councillor Emma had started to raise, and I fully support the suggestions that the Chief Executive has raised, maybe at the lunch break we do look at having to add more meat around the bone to provide that holistic insight.
And it might be in that section, it may not actually be in that section, it may be more relevant in the general section. Let's have a look at that. I don't want to preempt it, but thank you for that. And that's why a decent break is going to be particularly helpful. Okay, anybody got any more questions on this? And it is quite good to have them now because we are going to have that break, and that break can be a working break in many ways. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just in terms, I've now no longer in the document because we went to the Q&A. But my question was around Three Waters, and the consultation document talks about that coming back into the business from year 3 onwards and driving up rates increases, etc. But would it be helpful to also give the context that we're working on, that we are actually working on some solutions to address that, say through a regional entity or whatever it might be, and through different borrowing, financing tools, because everything's in a state of change. Yeah, so would it be helpful to actually highlight that things could well change in the next year or year and a half on this?
Your perception is maybe that we haven't set that out enough in this document. Is that what you're saying? Could some thought be given to it?
Yes.
James, any comment?
I think it's a reasonable suggestion which we could look into at lunchtime what exactly that might look like. I know, for example, in some of our products, we talk about the fact that alongside this consultation process, we're engaging with government on what they might do around, for example, the debt cap. So I think we could probably fairly easily add in a line like that. And I know there's some commentary at the moment about the current status of the water reform and where it's got to and where that leaves us, and we can think about what more we can add to that. So we'll have a look at lunchtime.
Okay, and similarly, sorry, just one last question on that issue. I think there's I think some people are wondering why, with Three Waters coming back in, suddenly it's so different compared to 3 years ago. And looking at this here, I guess I didn't think it was really touched on either. Is there a way we could very easily and simply, note something around the costs of Three Waters have actually substantially changed for us as well?
Yeah, again, we'll have a look at this section that's on page 17 of the document, 419 of diligent, around implication of water services remaining with us. We'll have a look at the exact wording of that, and we'll discuss it after lunch.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on the document where things could be better expressed, more clearly put? This is the time to raise your hand. Because what I'm actually going to propose to do is to take an early lunch break. I will duck off so that I can talk with staff as well, and so that you've got time to do the work you want to do. And then when we come back from lunch, we will have a schedule of what's being proposed or changed. And depending on how material they are, they may be something that needed a vote, if it's material, or it may be, James, a sentence here or there that everyone is agreed adds value to the document, and that might not. So it'll just take a little bit of time to put our thinking around that. And rather than going into something fresh now, I think we've actually digested a big chunk. So I'm going to suggest we have a slightly prolonged lunch hour with your leave, and we come back at 1:30. That gives you 5 minutes extra, but don't forget the staff don't get a lunch break when we make them work through it. So are you happy with 1:30, staff? I can make it 20 to 2. 20 to 2? 20 to 2. That enables you to enjoy eating without getting indigestion, and then come back and do the little bits of work that you've got to do, okay? Thank you, everyone. We're adjourned to 20 to 2. Welcome back, one and all. We are still typing up some of the suggested changes to the consultation document. We're still working through those, so we won't rush that. Are there any more questions on the consultation document, which is attachment 1? Otherwise, I thought I would go on to the draft infrastructure, which is the next.
Once I've seen proposed changes, I do have questions in regard to what had been signalled as an addition.
Okay. Yeah, that's a natural part of the process anyway, but yeah, thank you for that. Well, absolutely. Any questions outside of that? If not, let's have a look at the draft infrastructure strategy. Page 449 on diligent. Any questions on that? No? Okay. Draft financial strategy, attachment 4. Any questions on that?
Either of those two things.
On the
Just had a question around, were we provided with a link to the to what the website will look like for the consultation document? We weren't. Okay. No, cool. I just was looking at the Future Hamilton link in the document, but that goes to the city cost of it. Cool.
Thank you. Okay, we've got the long-term perspective strategy attachment 5. Anything you've picked up there that you're concerned about? Nope. 6, which is the disclosure statement. I shouldn't. Attachment 7. Capital program. Any comments or questions? Not comments, questions on that? Nope. Attachment 8, capital program. Attachment 9, council-controlled organisations. Attachment 10, community outcomes. Anything on that? Sarah, did you have anything on that? Any questions or? Nope. Anyone? Nope. Okay, attachment 11 is the forecasting assumptions. Any questions on the forecasting assumptions? Because that's pretty critical to underpinning what we're about here. No. Excellent. Okay then. So how far away are we from landing up some of these?
I mean, we can show you kind of direction of travel, I guess, to check that you think we are going along the right path, but it's not final yet. So if that would be helpful, we can share it on the screen. If not, we would have to, I don't know what else is still is on the agenda, or
sure, we can see it. What I don't want to happen is to become a rework of that long-term plan by discussion. We can see it. Does it capture what people are asking for, or does it not? If it needs more refinement in that respect. Do people understand what it's about, and do they accept that? Those are the only kind of 3 things that we should be touching on at this time. Thank you.
In fact, I've just noticed certainly one of the sections is quite long, so we might want to send that around so people can see it. But can we just talk through the other sections first? We could do them on the screen, and then perhaps the longer section that Dan's drafted, we could email it out. So if Amy can share her screen, I'll just quickly show you the other changes we're proposing. So can you sort of zoom in on that top part? So the critical services, this is a pretty straightforward one from Councillor Louise's feedback. So ensure that critical services that are required by legislation are not impacted. Cool. And then, Amy, if you just skip out 2 for the moment and just scroll all the way down to 3. There's a couple of different versions there, which is why it looks longer than it actually is. And then scroll down past that as well. So keep going now. Okay, so this is the existing section around Three Waters, where we talk about the implications of Three Waters coming back to council, and we're just trying to work out in that earlier red text, just slightly off screen now, whether there's a sort of specific example we can give of some of the, an example of those rising costs. And then there's this paragraph here at the bottom explaining what we're doing to try to mitigate these increasing costs. But in the meantime, we have to plan based on the law as it currently stands. And
The red is the new text.
correct.
The black is not new text.
The black is what's already in the document.
Great, wonderful.
Sarah, would you like to explain what you're trying to achieve here?
Yep, so in the later years, we have rate rises that are specifically there to increase our debt capacity. And right now we're working proactively on, delivery model, whatever it will look like, and financial tools with our GFA, etc., that have the potential to provide that capacity without us then needing to have 15% increases in year 4 and 5 and things. So the idea is just to say essentially things are moving. This is not necessarily what it's going to look like in a couple of years' time in terms of those later rates increases. So
We'll come to questions, you, and hang on, is it one half split second? A comment from staff in terms of their comfort level with this, or anything they need to alert us to?
No, I think that paragraph there is a good and fair addition to sort of contextualise that this is a moment in time where the government have repealed the last water reform and not quite brought forward, or at least the details of the next one. And meanwhile, we're advocating on debt limits and so on. So I think this sort of fairly reflects the situation.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Paula. My question to the mover is, are you suggesting that one of our solutions is simply to raise our debt to revenue ratio to enable us to borrow more?
It is a potential solution, but we don't know yet because we need to see what our GFA would require from us, and in terms of, say, they might say we want it to all be in a CCO and separated from council business before we do that. So it could look, there's a lot of uncertainty as to how it will look, but in all of those scenarios, the key thing that makes a difference is the increased debt capacity, along with greater efficiencies too, but ultimately that's the thing that's in common with all of the potential scenarios that we're looking at, whether it's a Waikato CCO or us alone, but with a higher debt capacity. So yes.
But surely that's, my question to the mover is, but surely that's not the case if the legislation changes and the CCO, whether it's just Hamilton or regional, being able to move that debt to revenue off our balance sheet off here. And if that was the case, then there's no need for us to increase our debt to revenue.
Yeah, so I guess you could...
Hold up a second. I think we're getting
So you're
into
just concerned about the wording there about increases to our debt limits.
Yeah, so it's that whole...
So it could be a better way to...
Stuff in brackets out.
Yeah, take that, yeah.
Just leave it open.
Yeah.
Well, where we can get agreement of everyone that's in the room, we're not going to go to voting each of these tiny consequential changes in. But your intent is just to talk about flexible methods into the future, right?
Yeah, just saying we are working on solutions that may change what we've got in this plan right now. I mean, that's the intention of the work we're doing.
Yeah, I'm certainly more comfortable with those words taken out.
Yeah.
Severe discomfort to this, because I wouldn't like to have to vote for and against every sentence. So we're all happy. Speak now or don't.
Yeah.
We are, because that needs more digesting. What's next, James?
Andrew's got a question.
So I just wonder whether that should be coulds. That would mean we would not need, that would it be better to say that could mean we could not?
No, that could mean we
would not.
Yep, I'll go with that. That could mean we would not. Yeah.
We're not.
You got it, James? You still got the, Good. Okay, that's sorted. Next, please.
Okay, let's go back to the bigger blue one. So we've got rid of one of the versions, so it's now a bit more digestible. So if you scroll up, here we go. So this is a new section that we're proposing adding to the document on page 15 of the document, where there's currently a section called increasing expectations from central government, and these paragraphs would flow on immediately beneath that.
So just for clarity, this reflects the points that was raised by Councillor Emma.
Yes, it's intended to address those comments and just give a broader sense of some of the things that are driving increases in costs.
Not as alternative wording?
No, these two would be together, correct? Yeah.
Particularly the first paragraph? Oh, cool. Just trying to clarify who the author is.
From staff, so the people that were hoping, councillors who were hoping for Ewan, so we've got no significant.
Right, Sarah, I was pulling your leg. It's called humour.
Right, we've had no significant cautions thrown up by staff. So Emma Ewan, this is to address your more holistic description of what's going on. Does it?
James, because I'm waiting for the...
Is this also emailed out to us? It's working right now, so it's, sorry. Second I've got a proper document, I'll get it out.
Sorry, can we all read it inside our heads and not out loud?
Balanced in.
Well, I think you just need the overall context to everything, because my view is if we get certain parts of the story but not the whole story, then we could accidentally skew the consultation, if you see what I mean. And I'm not, yeah.
A process question. So James, you mentioned about some answers to the questions that were raised in this, but did we, this consultation document's got to reflect the draft budget. Does this reflect the draft budget? The first part of it sounds fine to me, but in terms of telling the public that we want them to comment on the link between increased CapEx and city growth, did we discuss that through the draft? Well, we discussed, we discussed the separate items. Did we discuss that as a driver? And the number of consultations as well, that's doubled since 2015?
I mean, we certainly didn't discuss that specific point, but I mean, I don't think this consultation document has to absolutely sort of mirror the sort of conversations that happen in the draft budget discussions. Okay. They just have to contextualise the decisions that you've made and how we got here and why you've made those decisions. So if you are comfortable with those changes, then the fact that we haven't, for example, referenced a few of the stats before doesn't necessarily matter.
Okay.
And on page 425 on the bit that talks about the back office and the community services, and we'll sort of group them up, there's some quite good statistics within there as well about how many roads we've got and pipes and all that sort of stuff, just to give a bit of context that we're talking about.
So therefore, that was the point of my, if it wasn't accepted by everybody, and it may not be, that is my, well, either Emma or my motion to add. Yeah.
So
Both
if
parts
other-
of the blue.
So we're going to give people time to digest it because it's not. So if that's the case, because this is not just a wordsmithing, this is a sizable re-commentary. Okay, I think we agree. We'd be happy to put that as a vote if people have any discomfort with it. Staff aren't uncomfortable. Lance, you've got no caution to add to that?
No, I think it's, you know, having had a couple of hours to do it, it's sort of covering most things along those stats that I talked about that are on the
Emma,
page.
you're happy that it kind of picks up on? You and you're more or less happy with that? Is there anybody here? Oh, okay. Councillor Hutt has a question. Ewan? Louise has a question. We need to have a listen.
Thank you. Just wanted to provide some feedback that I provided to the earlier drafts of the same document, just around, if you scroll, sorry, Amick, if you could scroll down a little bit, there's just a comment around, over the last 10 years, Hamilton City Council has also increased its capital program, blah, blah, blah. Just around, like, consents, permits and inspections as the example, the next sentence is like, fine, but I just think that capital program is just a bit sort of, well, what does that mean? That could be anything. Just if we could put something tangible.
Yeah, it would be helpful if whoever's drafting the motion that's going to accompany this could add something like with minor changes as agreed by the chief executive or something like that. Just so we can cover off things like that.
Cool.
So can I just mention one other thing? So this is, as I said, in after the existing sort of thing about the growing costs of compliance. And then later on, there's a section you can just see at the bottom of the screen there, reducing council services and costs. And we were just wondering whether, I don't know whether we've done this yet, but whether we might just want to add one line to that just refers back to this. Because if you remember, this was when it first came up. So we can happily add a line to that section. Can you just scroll down, Amy? There's no, but you.
That's where we actually pose the question around the actual potential changes to level of service. So I think that's where we just want to recognize the early context.
On Louise's question about capital, you've got there for more information on what council services are. See the next page. I think you're looking for something similar in terms of capital spend, right? Yeah. And more of an understanding.
Like, you guys have done such a good job at like being tangible throughout the whole rest of the document. So I just wanted to make sure that this, as a late addition, is not sort of excluded from that.
So Blair, did you hear that what Louise has to say?
James was nodding at me as I was speaking, so I have high confidence.
So you think that can be achieved? And it's essentially a definition of what capital expenditure relates to, right?
Or an example.
Yeah, we'll need to read back and work out, because we've given those definitions in some places, we'll just have to read it again with these additions and make sure it all flows. So as long as you give us the leeway to make minor changes to kind of make the whole thing make sense in light of this, then we can do that.
Are there any other changes or?
Jeff's change? I think I've got it.
You ever changed it?
I've got to try and find it here, sorry. It's
Something quite different from this one?
No. Hang on.
I'm just trying to find my way through this thing. There was parking, but it was... was there not another one though, Amy? The one on page 6 of the consultation document? I can't even find stuff now. Oh, have you sent me one? There's only two. There's one related to parking and there's another one. No, but the other one was related to, it was page 9 and page 23. And page 9 combined. The one that Lance had some input on.
What I suggest we do, because it's just getting messy, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, there's only a couple and they...
Okay, it would really have been good to have them
They're
printed
only
out in front of us.
I'm emailing it what I think I've got right now.
But you've got to then look at my email and refer back to the document as well. But
happening. I was just going to say there was one suggestion just in terms of the waters to note we're looking at different delivery models, and it's most people still won't probably, won't mean a lot to people, but it does. I think it might be an important thing to note in terms of foreshadowing potential changes to how, fundamentally to how we deliver water. So. If it's easy enough to note that in your wording, then that. Yeah. So that was just Blair was just suggesting it might be worth putting in there. So which I thought was an excellent suggestion.
Are we able to thing up on the when you get a.
I told you I was happy to reach it up.
Oh, is that your one?
No, I'm not doing anything.
We used to call mallet.
Oh.
Married. 16th.
This would change the last sentence. See, I can't look at my document and the thing at the same time, which is very frustrating.
So it's changing from saying it would mean level of service changes to saying this would likely mean reductions to some back office functions and some community facing services.
A bit of a compromise, because initially I was keen to say instead of this would lead to service reduction, could, but having talked to Lance was happier with this this version, which says this would likely mean restrictions to some back office functions and some community instead of absolutely surefire. That was my intent.
And we're waiting for the consultation with the community.
Yeah. I was just a little happy with it.
We might have to politically test, because I have one view on
It's
this.
just a suggestion.
Sure. Well, I'm happy for that.
Yeah. So we'll go through. So once we've understood them, we'll politically test the ones we want to have to. He says there will be, not might be. No. We page 20.
Sorry, Paul, I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I think Councillor Taylor provided some compromise on the thought that it would just happen. You're now saying you want to debate it.
Well, I'm not totally comfortable with it myself.
Okay, no,
but I
no
don't
problem.
know how other people feel.
Well, we may just want to change our
Let's just go back
to what the original motion was, because we found some middle ground in the attempt not to avoid that.
Yeah, I think we will have an adjournment. Can we have it all in one place and an adjournment? That's what we'll do. Because it's not all in one place as I hoped it would be. All right, we're adjourned until. We're going to make it a generous half past, because I think we need to come in with it all ready to go, lock, stock and barrel. Is that okay? I think I'd like to say we're almost there. Without jinxing it, I'd like to say that. So I didn't. Okay, James, can we talk through where we're at? And hopefully we can have a seamless process through.
Okay. I think we've kind of got everything down on here, so let's go through them one by one. So, and I think it's going to be one motion to discuss the parking change, and then one to discuss everything else. So on motion one around parking, I believe the proposal is from Councillor Jeff is to remove the line that says we know from our data that it's hard to find a park, and this follows on from Councillor Jeff's questioning earlier around the data that we have on that.
Debate on it, right? This one we are, because there's two different views. What do you mean?
No. Mayor Paula, that's an attempt to democracy. Let's each of them as they go. Some are trying to stymie the debate.
We're going to do this one separately, and then we had pretty good uniform agreement that the rest of the changes were palatable, and we were going to take those all at once, yeah?
Together with the existing resolutions. Yes.
Together with the existing resolutions on the agenda.
The debate time for this. Can I do that? I have no idea.
Yes.
Someone else will second it.
I'll second it.
1 minute debate for this.
Paula, I foreshadow an amendment that we increase the debate
No, you
time.
can't. You can't. If it's a procedural motion, it just gets put. Amy.
That's one that
wait.
signal my intent to move a subsequent.
No, wait. A procedural motion is final once it's put, isn't it, Amy? Just give. Are you probably going to spend as much time looking at this now than the?
All right, we're going to spend more time on this. All right, let's just go ahead. I withdraw it. We're going to spend more time arguing about the amount of time we debate than this.
Yeah, let's just put it in your hands, not to. We've debated, no, councillors. Let's not re-debate the point about parking in here. This is about the document and what goes in the document only. We will have plenty of chance post-submissions and etc. to have further debate on this. So let's keep it short if you don't need to say too much. Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Taylor. It lacks a seconder at the moment. Councillor McIndoe. Okay, Councillor Taylor.
This does not change the sense of the sentence. It's just that particular phrase that I do have an issue with. The rest of the sentence in there actually says, we want the central city to be a place that's easy to get to. We want to manage our car park so that you can come to the central city and have a better chance of finding a park. So it doesn't change the sense of the sentence. I just think that that particular phrase is a little unfair and, in my view, a little misleading. I have mentioned the fact that the data we're talking about is only 50% of those 330 parks because the other sensors weren't working. So I question the legitimacy of that, particularly if you're going out to the public saying that your data backs up your point. Secondly, we are lacking in real evidence that we are adequately monitoring on a consistent basis the 2 hours free parking. Staff, I have worked with staff on this and, you know, to their credit, they have come up with a week in November to show what we did, but even that did show that there were some gaps in the monitoring. So my concern is that I just feel this, I feel a little bit hard done by on this because I think in a way it's as if we're not in effect providing the ability for turnover of these parks and then we're saying it's too hard to find a park. It's a bit self-serving. We're saying to the public that the data shows you can't find a park when our own lack of enforcement is helping to enable that situation. So I personally would like to see that removed. As I say, it doesn't change the meaning of the paragraph in question, but I just think it's fairer and it's more accurate to portray it in this manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just very briefly, I agree with what Councillor Jeff has just said. I think it is important that in this document, that if we're going to make claims that we are confident that we have the data and the evidence to back them up, the removal of that phrase is not going to make a significant difference overall, but I think it just means that we're not raising questions in the mind of the public over the efficacy of the point we're consulting on. So I believe that will add value to this particular part of the document if we remove that phrase or that sentence.
Councillor Wilson.
Well, I intend to support my good friend Councillor Jeff in his motion. I draw a very different, I have a different ultimate feeling regarding free parking. I always feel that it's subsidised parking by the ratepayer, and I will obviously and continue to support the inclusion of the revenue and the transition away from free parking. But where I do definitely agree with Councillor Jeff is in the wording and the ambiguity of the data and its collection, and I believe it's more appropriate to remove that those few words that could raise the optics that we're not fully reflecting the position. So I'm supporting Jeff in a more neutral statement regarding parking, as I don't materially believe it will affect the outcome, but I'm comforted by the fact that let's be sure and let's remove the words that may cause some concern.
Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor. If we know from our data that it is hard to find a park, then the public are going to come back on their consultation and say, well, add more car parks then. And I'm sure that many on the council would be against that. So I think that it is correct to have this removed because if we want to go into statistics, then we should be having error margins on the sample size of 50% and things like that. So let's keep it simple.
Anyone else like to debate? Go to the vote. Voting at the wording, please, Amy. Hmm?
It's in your email. Yes, I'm just trying to get it to
Some people online, isn't there? Fish is there.
I know, I just can't do it whilst also sharing. The motion is carried 7-4, 6 against.
Thank you, everyone. Job done. That's one. Let's go to the rest, please.
Thanks. I'll just wait for it to come on screen. Okay, so this is sort of everything else. So it's the recommendation as appeared in the report, and then also change which was suggested by Councillor Jeff. So moving away from saying it would mean to it would likely mean reductions to some back office functions and some community facing services. Then there's a long text that we discussed previously, which Dan has drafted based on the feedback from Councillors Emma and Ewan. I think there's been a couple of changes just sort of since Dan first showed us that wording, but I don't think there's anything dramatic. We've put a bit of context there around the consultant spend going up by 466%, largely driven by the increased capital programme and plan changes. Okay, and then the next change after that is the wording that came from Councillor Sarah's suggestion around what we're doing on Three Waters, including looking at funding models, etc., and also investigating alternative delivery models. And those changes may mean that we would not need as high rates rises in the future. And then there's another, same again really as Jeff's change earlier, talking about the cuts may mean reduced, would likely mean reduced services to the community and back office functions. And then the change around critical services, as we discussed, just clarifying what we mean by critical services. Can I just double check that there's sufficient wiggle room in there for us? Yeah, I think actually that D answers the question I was about to ask, is we are just going to have to fact check a few of the things that we've put in at PACE this afternoon. For example, things like the percentage increases and those kinds of things. But that D gives us the cover to do that.
Just on that, you're not questioning the facts that we were given, you're just questioning the math in terms of percentages?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm not necessarily questioning it, I'm just saying I would want to check it.
Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Everybody happy? Well, you know. That's a stretch, but. Everybody happy to let this go out into the world and reach the public for their, right. We need a mover. I'll move. Oh, is it?
Yep. Councillor Emma's moving it, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. But I'm happy to stand down the second.
No, it's fine. Not material, thank you. Okay, so we've had a lot of discussion in devising these. I'm trying to get to the discussion point here. We've had a lot of discussion in our adjournments. So I don't know if we need to go over it anymore. We can go to the debate. This is the final debate on the consultation document. So not on what we're proposing, but on how the consultation document proposes it. So if you want to speak to that without relitigating all the argument we had in the last council meeting, excellent. If not, we can just crack on with the day and get to voting. We're in discussion, so that's mover is Councillor Emma. You want to debate? Thank you. Deputy, sorry, Ewan, seconder.
Not currently.
Okay.
There's no need, I think we're in.
Anybody would like to debate this, discuss it, make a comment? No? I will just then say one small thing, which is to the community that we serve, that this document is now coming to you. And as I've said before, there will be things in there that are challenging to us all to digest and think about. But it's always been important to me as Mayor to drive up higher levels of engagement with our community. And so, you know, I'm looking forward with the team of councillors here today and online to get out and about talking with as many people as possible in the lead up to the consultation period. And I invite people to remember that saying a few comments here and there on Facebook is useful for general feedback in the world, but it isn't it isn't consultation, it isn't formal consultation. So if you want your voice to be heard, please take advantage of the online forms or pop into a library and pick up a form. That's really important. This is the community's chance to do what we have been doing for at least 7 or 8 months, which is digest and discuss this, and I'm looking forward to hearing from them. We'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Cool, thank you. All right. Brings us now to recommendations of open committee. There are some listed there. There's the Community and Natural Environment Agenda and Minutes, Kesh. You want to talk to those or just move them? You want to move them? Seconded by Anna. Where is Anna? Oh, there you are. So anybody got any questions on those? If not, move the second. All in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Okay, so now that we have got, whoops, lost the page. Finance and Monitoring Committee of the 29th. Maxine, moved, seconded. Moko. Any questions? No, all in favour say aye. Opposed? Carried. Infrastructure and Transport Committee, Deputy Mayor.
question to governance. Where just on the motion is the plain English part of it? Remember we discussed that? I thought we added it to the motion, not.
B, and it says attachment 1 of the staff report subject to minor amendments to simplify, clarify the language.
Simplify, clarify the language, noting that. Okay, cool. Thank you, Amy.
Yes, I'll move. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Seconded by Maxine. Thank you. All in favour, say aye. Opposed? Carried. Economic Development Committee.
Therefore, I move the Economic Development Committee minutes, open minutes of the 12th of March, and it's seconded by Councillor Mark.
Excellent. Any comments, questions, concerns about that? There being none. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Excellent. And now we move, that's it. We'll move to, I move that we exclude the public. So give us a few minutes to, seconded by Sarah. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. We'll just do